Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, and I hope you are ready to start your bank holiday weekend. We are here tonight continuing our Rangers save. We have finished the 28-29 season, and it wasn't too bad a season at all. One trophy win, close to clawing Celtic back in the league, but we did fall short by 2 points in the end. And a Europa League semi-final loss to Tottenham put paid to our hopes of European glory. However, we have a transfer window. We have a little bit of money to spend. We may well be able to pick ourselves up and get ourselves some proper European glory. Or at the very least, we're hoping to win the league this season. So without further ado, let's get the game going. I hope you are all doing really well. It's a bank holiday weekend. It's a 3-day weekend. I hope you've all got good plans. I myself am planning to go up to Salford to watch the final League 2 game of the season for Gillingham. My brother and I are going to go stay in a hotel and enjoy a night out on Monday night. So that'll be fun for me. What are you up to? Do let me know in the chat what your plans are for this bank holiday weekend. We have tweaked as well a little bit with the sound, so hopefully I sound a little bit better to you. I've still got this awful voice, that's not going to change, but I hope the sound quality is just a little bit better. As I continue with my streaming hobby, I may well go so far as purchasing a microphone rather than just using this headset that I got off of my brother, and that might make things sound a little bit better. I have also started uploading my stream videos to YouTube. I do have a YouTube channel. It is Adwin1984. And you can find me over there as well. So we're going to move on. Let's have a look at our end of season review. So the signings of the season, signing of the season actually, Gustafsson, which was an interesting one. He disappointed a bit. We spent 12.25 million on him, and 4 goals, 3 assists in 15 games isn't too bad. Quite disappointed though that he seemed to get injured a fair bit at the end of the season and didn't quite provide the ability on the wings that I was hoping to see. We did, however, find that he does tend to score some goals when he's up front, so that may well be what we do going forward, is to play him as a striker. We also had Chrysostomou, who sadly got injured, but in the 7 or 8 games that he did play for us, he was incredible. I was very happy indeed with his ability at the back, and he got injured at a crucial time, missed the run in the championship phase, unfortunately, which meant that we weren't able to take advantage. I don't think it affected us negatively because we did, in fact, manage to win all 5 of our games in the championship phase, so we didn't lose out. He was a very, very good player. Probably not much chance of getting him back on a permanent deal because he's just too expensive for the likes of us. Gareth Fagan, another one that we brought in on loan from Man United with the hopes of eventually signing him as a permanent deal. Played quite well, not as many goal contributions as I was hoping, but definitely gave us an option out on that right wing. Very quick player who helped to stretch the play. But Paolo Bernardo wasn't even one of my signings, and he had a cracking season. As soon as we moved him into a Mazzala role in the centre of midfield, he took off. And as you can see, we finished 2 points behind Celtic. In truth, with on the last day of the season, we started 5 points behind them. Dundee United, our old club, did beat Celtic to help us close that gap, but it was already over at that point. You can see we had a great run of results at the end. We first joined as Rangers manager just before the Aberdeen game, and we lost our first 2 games, and I was very concerned at that point. But we went on an incredible run in the league, not losing another game after that, and winning all but 2. Champions League was before my time. Rangers were knocked out during the qualifying stages, but in the Europa League, we did manage to squeeze our way through into the knockout stages, where we went on a fantastic run, beating Sporting on penalties, Atalanta on penalties, Schalke in extra time, and then losing to Tottenham quite comfortably. But overall, not bad for us. I'm very happy that we managed to make it through to the semi-final. And the most important part is we won the Scottish Cup. We did face 3 Premiership teams as well. Dundee United in the quarter-final, Hearts in the semis, and Aberdeen, who were leading the league for the majority of the season, in the final, where we turned them over quite comfortably. Money, broadcast revenue down quite possibly because we didn't make it through to the Champions League group stages, similar in competition money. So the aim this year is to get into that group stage and get that sweet Champions League money. Team of the season is fairly close to what I was playing in the end. Once we discovered that our midfield was better, with Bernardo as an attacking Mazzala and Yates as the box-to-box midfield, with Raskin as a deep-line playmaker, we came on in leaps and bounds. Sam was strange that he's there because I preferred Jamie Shackleton in that role, but Jamie Shackleton may well reprise a midfield role next season. Lorenzo Colombo scoring 39 goals overall in the season as well. He showed his ability and he's well wanted this summer. I would like to keep hold of him because he is a known goal scorer for us, but the money that may come in for him might be just a little bit too tempting. Jeremy Sarmiento, 16 assists, also playing his part in the season. And Mikkel Mikkelsen, my favourite named player, so good they named him twice, young player of the season. And then we're just going to skip through this because I don't understand why this was introduced into the game. But there we are. So that was the 28-29 season for Rangers. 1 trophy, more to come this season. We have already said that we are after a few specific roles. The Mazzala role is one that we desperately need to fill. I don't think we're going to be able to get Bernardo back, although we obviously will try. Whether that's on loan or on a permanent deal, we desperately want him to come back to the team. We are in need of someone who can cut in off the right wing on the left foot. Tyrese Campbell will be able to do a job there, but I think we need a second player at least. Dubry hasn't really shown himself to have the ability at this level, although he did spend a large period of the time that I've been managing them injured. And then on the left, we do have Jeremy Sarmiento, who is a top quality player. We want to hold on to him, but again, we could probably do with a backup over there for him. Gustafsson can do the job, but I do think he is my new backup striker. Jan Hurtado we're looking to offload, £8 million asking price. That will help quite nicely with transfers. And then at the back, I think we are possibly looking for one more centre-back to really strengthen. Chris Ostermu was a fantastic signing and definitely raised the quality of the back line, but is back at Man United after his loan in a few days. Right back, we have options. Potential for another right back needed because Jamie Shackleton may well play a cover role in midfield or potentially even make that box-to-box role his. And then on the left, we do have 2 decent options in Yilmaz and Thierry Small, but if anything good comes up, we are obviously going to take a look at it. We have our scouts looking specifically at midfield and left wing roles because I think that's where we desperately need some additional strength and striker just in case. I think it's more in case Colombo does leave. He is wanted by a number of teams, and I'm certainly holding out for very much the upper end or even above that transfer fee there, that transfer value. So 20 million plus is kind of what we want to get for Colombo. Sarmiento, thankfully, is not wanted, and I'm hoping that means we'll be able to keep hold of him. Nicholas Raskin is wanted by a couple of teams, but he's been with us so long, I don't want to see him go. And those of you who were watching the stream for last season will know we had real problems with Europa League registration rules. We only had 20 spaces because next to no one at this club was trained in Scotland. As you can see, 2 trained at the club, Alex Lowry and Scott Cowie. And Mackenzie Cass, our lone player from Fulham, was trained in Nation, and that's it. So we are well short of registration rules. So we'll be looking to potentially give some youngsters a chance, although the Dev Centre says there's not much going on there, which is a real shame. So we'll probably look to bring in 18-year-old players or younger to players cover to come in and fill those cover positions in the ones that we're desperately looking for in midfield, up front, and at right back, so that eventually we will have a compliant squad. So plenty going on. Alternatively, if they're not 18, we could obviously look for players trained in Scotland, but I question whether some of them will be up to the levels that we're looking for. So plenty for us to do this summer. We don't have the biggest transfer budget, but the wage budget currently sits at 967,000, and our committed spending after our loan players and contract expiries disappear is 658,000. So £300,000 worth of wiggle room there, and actually, if we just take a couple of 100,000, we give ourselves a much healthier transfer budget. Add into that we are looking to actively offload Jan Hurtado in the summer. A transfer fee of £8 million would be ideal, and then potentially we have a few other players such as Luis Al who may make their way out of the club. So let's try and get forward to when the transfer window opens and see how we get on. As it's going to be a match light night, do feel free to pop in to chat and say hello. Come up with a topic of conversation that interests you, and I'll see if I know anything about it. If it's football, probably not, because I know next to nothing about football, particularly Premier League football. I'm a Gillingham fan through and through. I'm a season ticket holder at Gillingham, and yet I know next to nothing. And as for the Premier League, I'm clueless. So feel free to come and lord your knowledge over me. So let's just have a look at this Dev Centre again. So we've got Callum Stewart, who's being suggested as a potential first team candidate. He has the attributes of a target man, really. Without much of a jumping reach, 6'1", good heading, technique's okay, but he's never really going to make it as a Premiership standard striker that I can see. And then when we look at the ability, as you can see, there's really not a huge amount going on. Are any of them? Some of them, these must be homegrown at club, yeah. So sadly, all the ones at the lower end of the ability there, everyone down here. So aside from Ross McIntosh, who has some potential, there aren't really many players who are likely to find their way into the first team squad anytime soon. And then we look at the under-18 squad. We have got a few names who might, in the coming years, feature in the first team, but they're way off of the ability needed now to come and join the first team squad. So it is about making sure we bring players in. I think Harvey Vale is from Dundee, so I haven't cleared my shortlists out, as you can see, but we have got lots and lots of work to do. As it is a Friday night, we are looking to stream until about 1:30, so plenty of time for you all to drop in and say hello. And of course, as it is Friday, we are on the beers. Tonight we are drinking a beer from Away Day Beers, I think it's called Game Changer. And it's actually quite a nice drop. I'm not being sponsored for that comment either. That is all me. That's all me. Bit of money in from club membership. We've got a slightly healthier balance now. Wonder if there's any danger of them giving me some more money. Extra deals as well. So, bit of money coming in. Will they be kind and give me some of that to spend, or am I going to have to make do with what I've got? Probably make do with what I've got, because we can't guarantee Champions League football next season. Playlist-wise as well, we're going for a bit of a mixture of 90s dance songs and indie hits. I'm just in that sort of mood tonight. So how has your week gone, you lovely people? I hope it's been a good one. Yes, Hurtado probably should be dropped. Sensible option, that. Okay, so we've got until the 9th of June before the transfer window opens. And as you can see, half of our squad seems to disappear. We did have a lot of loan players, and part of that is because we just don't have the purchasing power really to bring in players of that quality on permanent deals, but we will certainly try. You can see Paolo Bernardo there, £15.5 million, but I think that's all on a contract clause. Oh, it may not be. That's interesting. Are you... Let's discuss that with his agent. It's an agreed fee. So I wonder if we can get him for less than that once the loan ends. It feels risky, doesn't it? Every chance he goes back and suddenly is worth 20 million, although it is Benfica. And those loan fees are often overblown. We are going to hold fire, I think. We're going to hold fire. We're going to hold our nerve. We're going to play chicken and hope that we win. We'll let Bernardo go back to Benfica, and then we'll look to make our move. I would also like to try to bring Gareth Fagan back, but 48 million is a long, long way past what we're able to do. Even if we structure a deal, I don't think we're going to get him in. I know when I brought him in the January transfer window, I did say I'll be looking to do that just to make him like us, and then hopefully work Man United down to a more reasonable fee. But it just doesn't feel likely. I was hoping we'd have a bigger transfer budget and we'd be able to do something with it, but we're not. It's quite simple. The club have given me £3 million to spend, which means I've got to make the rest of that 48 million up from somewhere else, and I just can't see us doing it. We'd have to sell 2 very good players, I think, to get close to that, and I'd rather not do that. And if I did have to sell 2 good players to get him in, well, I'd have to get another player in as well, and that's where it all turns to pot. Okay, so yes, contracts on the way. I'm going to release you. We will try to upgrade the scouting as well. Don't know how some of these people got contracts in the first place. Youth development. Let's see what's out there first, shall we? Head of youth development. So how's your Friday going so far? What are your weekend plans? Do come and tell me. We are just in the summer break. Transfer window is just about 10 days away, and we are hoping to make some big moves next season. Finish second in the league, and we want top next season. We want trophies. Okay, so we've got some likely lads here, haven't we? Should we start with Steve Harper? What are your... No, we don't want you as that. We want you as head of youth development. We're going to lock that job in. Good man. Come on board. Right, okay, that's your replacement sorted. Back Sorensen. I know your name. Have I got your son? Or is it just coincidental? Beck Sorensen. My apologies. And you're a scout as well, and you are definitely on your way out. Another scout. Okay, well, let's keep hold of you. I don't want too many scouts disappearing. I want some of them to actually find me some players. You can stay. Fitness coach Jack Aid. Let's have a look and see what your training's like. That's the most important part. Yeah, let's give you another contract. Shouldn't let me just click around like this. I'm a danger to myself. Okay, let's see if we can keep you on board. Lovely. Any good as a physio? Yeah, you can stay then as well. Okay. This is, I'm afraid, the most boring part of it to stream. And then when we've got games, it's all fun and games. But when we are just doing contract negotiations and scouting, I don't know if it's anywhere near as interesting. Although if you do like that sort of stuff, I think Zealand would be a great person to watch because he goes into real depth. Oh no, you're terrible at this. I'll let you go. Another performance analyst. No, goodbye. Those ones I think will just run some ads. You can go as well. I feel like we should be able to do better. You can go as well. We'll keep you. Actually, what we'll do is we'll wait and see if we can do better. And a loan manager. We don't need a loan manager. I don't even know what a loan manager is actually meant to do in this game. Okay, let's apply those. And more people going off contract soon. Great. So we need scouts, don't we? Let's see who is available. I don't want to spend all of my transfer budget on scouts, but we do need to see who's able and out there. Alright, none of the good ones are free, so we're going to have to spend some dosh, aren't we? Okay, Charlton should be a team that we can steal him off of. Yep. That'll be nice. Okay, good. Come be a scout for Rangers instead. Norwich might be a struggle. Bristol City, however. Cartagena, that's not even a real team, is it? I can't make you chief scout, but I will make you scout. I'll pay you money. How does that sound? Excellent. Good. Definitely no freebies available. You were good enough. What if I do that? Paredes. South American. That might be what we want to see. Okay. It's potentially 3. Don't know how many we're losing. We could have given one of them chief scout. Oh. Oh, and another physio. Sorry, I missed you, buddy. Yeah, you're good enough. You can stay. Why on earth not? Okay, right, let's click forward and let them all disappear from the club because then I actually know what I'm looking for. So I want 2 more scouts. I've got 3 scouts hopefully on the way, and a chief scout as well needed. So 2 scouts and a chief scout. I'm not going for a technical call director. I don't know what they do. I'm not going for a loan manager. I'm really not sure what they do. And let's just do some adverts for performance analysts, because I don't really know what they do either. Ashwin, how you doing? It's Friday. It's the weekend. Tell me you've got good plans. Bow stare. You have got some ability. You've got the potential. You've got another year on your contract. I think we might try and get you in and around the first team this season. All depending on the weather, yeah. It's, I mean, I come from the UK. I know exactly what you're talking about. The weather is neither here nor there. It's you just learn to do things in the rain, I think. But it would be nice. So we've got the King's coronation tomorrow here in England, and I'll be doing everything I can to avoid having to sit and watch that on the TV. My wife is going to be glued to it, so my plan is to take my 3 kids and a football and a little picnic, and we will go find a park to play in for the night, for the day, because I don't care. Not that interesting to me. And then on Monday I am in Salford for the last game of the season, so a nice away day for me. I love away games. There's just something about the atmosphere that's just amazing. You get England's weather. Oh, I mean that's awful. I suppose, yeah, the lowlands, you do get quite a bit of the sort of weather that we have to deal with. I always thought it was because we're an island surrounded by water. Just water is picked up on the clouds and drops on us. But I guess you've probably got very similar sorts of circumstances as well. So it's all about transfers this evening. We'll go to about 1:30 tonight. I've already agreed with the wife that I don't have to get out of bed till 10 tomorrow. Oh, and it's sad to watch Bernardo go, but we are going to see if we can steal him back. Something just spoke to me. Some sort of device just spoke to me in my house. I think it was my Amazon Echo. That was terrifying. Okay, let's let a little bit of time pass, so they're not still asking for £15.5 million, which is insane sort of money for us. We do have some wiggle room, but for now, I'm going to leave that in the wage budget and see what we can do. 7 days until the transfer window opens, and we will try to, first up, get Jan Hurtado out the door. Not that I hold anything against him. He is just simply a bit part player. He played very, very few games, even off of the bench for me. So it feels unfair to keep him around, and he wants to go. Plenty of interest in him. £8 million feels like a good deal for anyone. And I did say I need to get some scouts in, didn't I? Okay, we've got our new head of youth development coming in. Let's get some scouts. I couldn't possibly steal him, could I? Could. Steve Hitchin, perfect. You're out of contract. Oh, and you want to come be Chief Scout. I do need one of them as well. So there we go. Chief Scout for you. You've got another year on your contract. ideally I want another with a 2029 expiry so I can... Oh, there we go, Jack Thorpe and Colchester, yeah. We're a big step up from Colchester. And I think one more to come and fill a scout role. You are one of the weakest ones here, but you might do. Just to stop me hard, there we go. Newport, Will Daniels, you're top of the list now. Anything that prevents me from having to use my minuscule transfer budget on staff signings. Okay, let's roll forward to the start of the transfer window. Yeah, we'll scout it for what it's worth. So I've been watching a few YouTube videos tonight to try to do something to improve the sound quality. So hopefully now I've added a compressor and an expander and limiters and things like that onto my OBS. So hopefully the sound should be just a little bit more even than it's been in the past. I noticed a big jump in volume when I went from my PlayStation 5 headset to this one that my brother gave me from... I mean, I use it for work mostly, but it's proved quite useful for this. However, I do think I'm going to get... a microphone at some point. I feel it's almost symbolic getting my first microphone as a streamer. Makes it feel like I'm almost taking it seriously then. Not that I take it too seriously or myself too seriously. So how's Star Rail going, Ashwin? Is there a plot to the game? Is there like an end game? Or is it one of those that's kind of like just continuous quests? And these are all questions that I will come and ask you on your stream because I've got the memory of a goldfish. So I'll have forgotten by the time I've finished reading your answer. Okay, we're starting to fill out the staff again. I'm hoping by upgrading the scouts we'll find better players in the summer transfer window. I'm not going to make too many moves early. I think Bernardo is the main one I want. Oh man, I didn't realise the games were as old as that. That's... I suppose I should have known. I've seen adverts for them for years. ...2016 just feels like a long time ago. I think maybe it's Genshin I've seen more adverts for. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. So yes, my normal... Well, I say my normal... The schedule that I've set out, I'm going to stream Monday evenings, Thursday evenings, and Saturday evenings in a normal week. Monday and Thursday, because I do work Monday to Friday, there'll be kind of 8 till 11 streams, but my Saturday night stream will normally be kind of 9:30 till 1:30. So 1:30 a.m. Will be the end of tonight's stream. I'm doing a stream tonight because actually I want to go to the pub tomorrow with a friend, so I will probably not be streaming tomorrow night, and that's why I'm streaming tonight instead as a replacement. If my plans for tomorrow fall through, I may just do a double stream because my wife is out with the kids anyway. But I'm here for the next three and a bit hours, so feel free to drop in and out. I'm hoping to get through the transfer window and get into the early part of next season by the time I toddle off to bed. Okay, Liam Crichton, are you someone I care about? Potentially Premier League. Centre back. Let's see the important stuff. How big are you? 6'2". You're not tiny. You've got some jumping reach. You're never going to be a ball-playing defender, though, are you? I don't think you're going to fit him. Right, let's see if we can just stretch this out unreasonably. What's your upper? 35. There you go. Will they accept that? No, they're going to negotiate. How are they negotiating? Come on, just pay it. There we go. That'll do. No money up front, or next to no money up front, but that'll do. Julius Beck. Now, I think you have been sat languishing in my B team, so you're not likely to ever really feature, so make that a bit higher, shall we? How much are you paying me? Cost of loan 300k, another 235. Okay, that sounds fair. Oh, don't try and short me now. There we go. I don't want to talk about Jeremy Sarmiento going. He's staying right here, and I'm not going to tell you where I want to strengthen because I'll upset the squad. On Ashwin, as it's a Friday night, this is beer. Nice little IPA from a company I've only heard of via the internet. It's actually very nice to drink. Yes, he's an incredible player, but he's also 41 to 58 million pounds. I am not affording that. I am going to have him on my shortlist. Let's just see. If we wanted him, he doesn't want to come. Okay. Never mind. Moving on. Cheers. It's felt like a very long week at work for me. Ordinarily, I mean, it's only been a 4-day week, so I shouldn't complain too much. But it's just I've managed to do 40 odd hours in those 4 days, and I'm just quite tired now. But that won't stop us enjoying this stream. So Ashwin, are you going on tonight, or you having a night off? You've already been on today, haven't you? Oh, there you go. Time to kick back and relax then. I like it. Come rotate amongst a number of us doing the graveyard shift tonight. Now, performance analysts, they need... it's not tactical knowledge, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Right, so Buckland, you're one, please. Come and join us. And oh well, let's promote from within. Always a good way to do things. And now it's my B team manager's problem about filling that slot. You've been spending money again. Tell me you've not spent 2,000 in a month. You're not that level yet, are you? Okay, we've got another offer for Beck. Let's get you on the same level. If you can agree to that, I'm happy to sell. Perfect. Go enjoy life somewhere else. Mark BT, do you have... I mean, you're 17. Squad player. Yep. That'll do you. A bit of experience. Game's been out for 9 days and you're 400 in already. Now that's a supportive wife. My wife's the same when it comes to season tickets at Gillingham. She's just like, get it. You know you want to. Next year, we've all got season tickets. And that's entirely my wife. Did I miss a bid here? I think I did. Right, Connor, you're... Yeah, go and enjoy some football. I've also started up a YouTube channel. Well, I've had it for a while, but so far all I've done is upload streams from Twitch. I'm tempted, a little bit tempted, to maybe try and edit some of them down to shorter videos, just as like a catch-up thing. But I don't know how long that editing will take. I feel like it will take me an extraordinary amount of time to go through, what, 2, 3, 4 hour streams and turn it into 20 minutes. I think anything more than that, and it's going to get long for a highlights reel. Yeah, you need to pay more up front. He's going to be a backup goalkeeper, so after league appearances, it's going to mean nothing. Let's do $1 million and $1 million. Perfect, that'll do. Yeah, I'll give them the same ultimatum. See, I do love that level of supportiveness from your wife. You've got a good one there. Come on. We all know the deal. 1 million, 1 million. You pay that, you can have him. It's a backup goalkeeper, and I've got another backup goalkeeper in my B team who will come in and do a job. Oh dear. Potentially 20 million. 13 million up front. Okay, he has a slight interest, so I'm going to say no to Wolves. I'm going to see if we can push this up. If we can get a bidding war going, that will be pretty much ideal. I'd prefer not to sell him at all because I think he's 39 goals he got for us last season. He'll be a tough one to replace. We're not going to engage in conversations about selling my star striker, thank you very much. Right, now let's have a look. Is Bernardo at a more reasonable price level yet? Right, let's start with this. I'm going to really try and lowball them actually. If they throw me out of the door immediately, I'm perfectly fine with that. We'll offer them a bit on the never. Yeah, let's say internationals. If he gets some internationals, we'll give you $1 million. Oh, that's significantly off of where I was hoping we'd be able to go. That £15.5 million now seems like quite a reasonable deal, doesn't it? Okay, what if we do something like this? Oh, I should have bought him. I could have stretched just to 15 million. I could have done it. Well, sometimes you play chicken and you lose, and this is one of those situations. Okay, let's see what our scouts have found for us so far. Those transfer values don't fill me full of confidence, but loan I can like. I can deal with loans. Yeah, you've got not a great deal of pace, but you've got some good qualities, lovely mentals, good finishing, inside forward. You could do a job. Can even play back there occasionally. Okay, let's get you on the shortlist. On there for 6 months and see how that goes. They roll pretty much all through the middle. Now, what do scouts think? How is he on the scout report without a scout report? That's interesting. And then we've got Balogun. Looks like could be quite good. Let's just get him scouted, please. Why are you giving me these as your top men, and yet you've not scouted them? Silly. Now, let's have a look at completed ones, because we were looking for a Mazzala as well. Nowhere near as good as Bernardo. No one's ever going to match up to Bernardo, are they? Let's get you scouted. Definitely got potential. I assume you're not a low name. Okay, let's see how that goes. So what's the big games tomorrow? Well, Man City leads. That could pretty much wrap up the title for them, couldn't it? I mean, it'll put them 4 points ahead of Arsenal, so not quite, but close enough. A win there, I don't think any Arsenal fans are feeling confident about overhauling that. Spurs Crystal Palace. Will Spurs completely capitulate at their own ground as well? Brentford, Wolves Villa, Midlands Derby. I think Wolves are pretty much safe now, aren't they? Considering at one point they'd scored, 8 goals in the entire season, they were definitely looking down and out early on in the season, but they've turned it around a bit. You've got potential, but you're also very expensive. If I wanted a loan deal, what would that look like? Very expensive is the answer. Okay. That might be a no from me. Chelsea relegation. We're definitely on the stretches of that, but it would be one of the best relegations I've ever seen. I think Everton's up there with it as well. They look very, very close, don't they? Southampton, I think we can say they're gone, but I think it's still one from any team from Everton to West Ham, 15th to 19th. Leicester, Leeds, Forest, Everton. I mean, definitely any of those four. West Ham are a bit further away, but I don't think they're out of danger yet. Are you an Arsenal fan? Is that what you're telling me here, Ashwin? And I'm a Gillingham fan through and through, but I've got a soft spot for Arsenal. I think a lot of people do, and a lot of people hate them as well. It's one or the other. But my reason is my best friend is an Arsenal fan. He's a season ticket holder at Arsenal. I've got to kind of hope they win because otherwise he's miserable. Right, I'm not going to make a loan offer. I think that's beyond my ability. Would he come to me on a full deal? They want 30 million. I mean, that's an insane ask for wages. £205,000 a week. Does realise we're in Scotland, doesn't he? Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. The funny thing is, if you went and asked 19 other fans from different teams what they thought, they'd say exactly the same. I don't think refs are biased against any one team. They're just biased against making good decisions. Oh, Brighton. I think Brighton probably got a definite case for a grievance against VAR. Is it 3 goals they've had wiped out that were perfectly fine? Then again, who's got any reason to hate Bournemouth or Brighton? I think it's just incompetence. That genuinely is all it is. I don't think there's any big conspiracy against those teams, but they're just unlucky that the refs they have are particularly useless on the days that they ref their games. And if you think the standard of refereeing in the Premier League is bad, you should come and watch a few League Two games. I tell you, if ever you're over in the UK, in the south of England, south east more specifically, I'll buy you a ticket to Gillingham, and you can just watch the ref. Don't even watch the football. Watch the ref. It's a travesty. It really is. Well, that's not anywhere near the sort of money we want for our boy Hurtado. We need big money, please. Although I'm beginning to think we might just need to be a little bit more realistic. If that's the level of offer we're getting. I've never seen a baseball game live, but I have seen a number of like Instagram reels and TikToks all about baseball refs, baseball umpires, and they're atrocious, aren't they? Some of the calls you sort of think, what are you seeing? What are you looking at? By contrast, cricket umpires are they're gods. They really are. When they make mistakes, it's measured in millimeters. Reduces asking price. Yeah, okay, that's fair. We'll go back and do that. Still want as much as possible for him, but yes, okay, that's fair. I don't want an attacking midfield. I don't really play that tactic. Okay, we're just going to end it there. I think I saw one one TikTok in particular where the pitcher has thrown the ball and it's hit the play, it's hit the batter, right on the elbow, and it was called a strike. He claimed it hit the bat. It was unbelievable. You can even see that the pitcher and the catcher are just looking at the umpire, wondering what on earth is going on. And it is quite funny when they all charge at each other. I keep imagining the same situation in cricket, and you've got the 65-year-old, 65-year-old umpire and a bunch of posh English blokes chasing after him. That it's never going to happen, but it's amusing to think about. Was it the other way round? Was it the bottom of the bat and they called it a pitch? Yeah, called it a ball. Yeah. Okay, so no one wants to pay 8 million for him. What can we get for him? Should we try 5? Let's try 5. Oh gosh, we are already looking at qualifiers. It's so early. It's only June. Well, we're playing one of these. Phil, Besiktas, Austria. Yeah, okay. Vienna, we should be able to beat them, surely. Okay, we are off to Austria Vienna. We've got to consider that winnable. We absolutely do. But we do need to strengthen this squad, and fairly quickly. When is that game played? Okay, 25th of July. Okay, we've got time. We're not in a rush. And is that the only game or the only tie we have to play? Third qualifying round playoff. Okay, we've got lots of rounds to get through. Better than that, but okay. There we go, £5 million. Alright, let's see what we can get you up to then. If you're willing to spend 5, are you willing to spend 6.5? No. Okay, that was maybe a bit silly. Do you know what? Let's just take the offer. Let's take it, let's sell him. Let's get that money into the transfer kitty and start finding players. The active ones. No box to box, still only the young Russian. Let's get the scouts on you. let's do Europe. Well, actually, let's do the world for goodness sake. We've got the budget for it. Let's get our scouts out there. Still waiting for a couple to join, but we should be able to get someone out there. Yeah, to come back to refs just for a moment. I was at a game a few weeks ago, Gillingham versus Stockport, and it was a fairly decent game. We took the lead. Stockport pegged us back with 15 minutes or so to go, and then the ref turned down two fairly good penalty shouts, which, okay, I mean, one of them possibly edge of the box, but didn't give a free kick or anything. One, at first viewing, looked stonewall. On a replay, yeah, it might have been a little bit soft, but didn't even look. But the worst thing he did was he disallowed a goal that had no right being disallowed. It was a clean header. The defender backed into the striker and then threw himself to the ground. The ref bought it, hook, line and sinker, and it hurt. That really hurt, because it was quite a good performance from us against the Stockport team, who are clearly they're absolutely one of the best in League Two, and really felt like we'd played out of our skins and deserved something, and deserved more than just a point. It was a very good performance, but the ref had an absolute shocker. Well, that's interesting. Thierry Small's getting interest. He's not interested in speaking to Cardiff, but if I can get big money for you, I think you should be interested. Drop that down a little bit. Yeah, go see if you might be interested. Callum Stewart. No. Dundee. Like you guys, but no. Right, let's have a recruitment focus and get someone looking at left backs for us then. We need to restart a couple of these as well. That's an important position, so it definitely needs early intervention, I think. And let's have a look at another centre back. Okay, and we'll try again with the right one back. Come on, guys. There's lots of you scouts. You need to be doing something. Find me players. So you're one who... Where does that put you in the pecking order? You're 5th? Probably behind Bo Stair, because he's got more potential and I would want to give him games. Louisao, if you go for more money. Not much between the two of you. You are bigger. Have you got him on loan already? No. There's already a clause in his deal. 2.9. That's it. I'm not entirely convinced I want to sell him, but certainly not going to sell him below that price that's already been agreed. That would be sensible business of me. Okay, unsurprisingly, this man wants to go and warm Arsenal's bench. I hear they have padded seats there, so good luck to you. I say I hear they have padded seats. I've been to the Emirates twice. They do have padded seats. It's a very comfortable sit. Hello. You're right-footed and you can play on the left. Oh, you need to come. You need to come and play for me for the season. Not for that much though. We try to. We be sensible. So, I've got to play you. That's absolutely fine. It's £3.4 million, though. Up to 5.25. That's my entire wage budget on a lone winger. A good lone winger. Do you know what? We are going to cancel that offer. We are. I got a little bit too excited there. Let's cancel that, but we'll keep you in mind. Add you to the shortlist for a few months. Oh, reputation boost. Now, this is what I said at the end of the last stream. Celtic have retained their status as arguably the most reputable club in Scotland. Our board told us to maintain the club status as the most reputable team in Scotland. Well, someone in the board needs to talk to the people who make these decisions about which is the most reputable club, because there's a bit of a disconnect there. No, I'm not selling Mikkel Mikkelsen. It's just not happening. He's my boy. Mickey. Okay, 1 month until our first Champions League qualifier. And we've made no moves at all. In the transfer market, we have a squad of 20. So we probably need, given that I am likely to get rid of at least one of those defenders. It may be Bangsbo, it may be Luizao, but I think one of those needs to go. So that will take us down to 19. I think I want 2 midfielders, or at least, 2 midfielders, a left winger, and a right back. Potentially switch out the right back for another midfielder, because Shackleton can cover in both areas pretty competently. But beyond Raskin and Yates, I've not got much depth in midfield. I definitely don't have that Mazzala role wrapped up that Bernardo did so well for us. Let's have a look and see what we've got available already. So, lots of players out there. Players of Mazzala. Okay, you're being scouted, so let's see how they get. So we'll add you to the transfer list so that we are at least abreast of any people trying to buy you and steal you from under our nose. You're sadly too old for me to want to buy. I still do need to look at these youngsters. Let's have a look and see who's there, who's under 18, shall we? Probably not a lot that my scouts are aware of. Yeah. just looking at any position, is there anyone who's 18 or younger who is ready to jump into a team of our size? Not that we've discovered yet. I mean, these guys potentially could, but we do need scouts to get on them. The initial recommendations don't fill me full of confidence. Does your contract, your loan deal end soon? It does. Okay, let's get a scout on you as well. And we will have a look at you. Shall we have a look and see if there's anyone trained in Scotland who would do the job? I mean, that's an early answer. Not really. Have a look by transfer value. Is there anyone who is showing up? Let's give you all a scout. Cammy McPherson. I doubt you're of the level we need, but we'll have a look. Okay. I'll give you all a look as well, just in case something miraculous happens there. So that's midfield. Who else do we say? Right back. Let's have a look and see. And maybe what we're looking for really is someone who is just going to be a decent backup. Midfield, we need a first teamer, but right back, it's just someone perhaps to cover, provide cover for Samoas. So maybe we set our sights a little bit lower in terms of quality and just look for someone who meets registration rules and can do a job. Let's get out to the left wing as well. Similarly, we've got our first choice out there. We've got Sarmiento, who is absolutely my first choice. No two ways about it. So anyone else is just second fiddle. Okay, and then striker just to see what's available there. Cavan Nichols was one that we quite liked. He's got potential, that boy. Okay, so we've had a look at that. Look at those silly amounts of money that we call transfer values. Well, my scouts really like this lad. Okay, what do you want for him? Yes, I agree to that. This is... it's a little bit much. Come on, let's be reasonable here, Chelsea. I'm absolutely giving you everything else you want. Good lads. And that is 2.5. It's still a significant chunk, but he looks already to be a better option than the Arsenal lad, and I think he's the one we want. All right, let's... oh, no. That can't be right. We were doing a loan offer. Well, we'll finalise our offer of nothing, but I don't think that's a bit of a glitch. I very much doubt we're going to end up buying this player for nothing. Oh no, look, it says loan there. Okay. I mean, if we come down here, more to our transfer fees, and we're still scrolling. Still scrolling. We are way down here in terms of purchasing power at Rangers. No, we're not that low. Okay. Oh, leaderboard time. Okay, so offer for Mohamed Ali Akar has been accepted. They expect us to get to the Champions League proper. I hope that's possible. I truly do. The new Lambton. Okay. Right, welcome back, boys and girls. Are we going to win the league? I think we said Champions League qualification, didn't we? Okay, yep, good. Okay, I clicked on the wrong button, that's fine. Chris Ramos from Cadiz, okay. That's one I'll look at. Well, he's an old man, though. 32 years old. We'll give him a scout. $1.3 million on the transfer list. It's definitely inside our budget. We've still got some wiggle room there. And actually, what I might do is just to give myself just a little bit of an understanding. I mean, yeah, 150,000 per week, more than I'll be able to spend, I think. £13 million. I can spend 13 million, and actually probably opens a few doors. We just go based on ability. Is anyone top of the tree that looks like they might have the power now? No, we don't know enough about him. We're not going to try and gazump them. This is one that I look. This is the man I'm looking for in that left wing position. I know I said I wanted a right footer out there, but when you've got quality like this, he can play whatever role he wants. And that all important wonder kid description. Well, how do you say no to that? And that's very cheap, isn't it? 32 years old, 92 caps. Let's get a scout on you. End of contract as well. A freebie. That's a price range I can get on board with. Mansferk. Why'd you ring a bell? No idea. I've never heard of you then. Actually, you might be one of the players I bought at Sampdoria in a previous save. Okay. Very defensive, though. I want a Mazzala, someone who's going to break into the box and score me goals, or at least take attention off of the striker. Lots of players who are potentially in our transfer budget now. A central midfielder on attack might not be a bad option. Instead of Mazzala, it's someone who breaks forward. That's what we want. Box-to-box midfielder does a good job shuttling between the boxes, but they're not the one who is right behind the striker, just on his shoulder. Mazzala definitely does do that job, and the central midfielder on attack probably can as well. Right, let's narrow it down. This is where I'm looking at the moment. This is my priority. I'm going to scout on you. João Neves. Hello. Right, let's get a scout on you. Who else wants you? Middlesbrough. Okay, we're probably... I'd like to think we're a cut above Middlesbrough, so it might not be the man I'm looking for. Yeah, let's scout you. I like your name. Let's take a closer look at you. Right, come on, let's move forward. Let's see what else happens. Jason McGregor. Yeah, you can go. If Cows and Beef want you, you feel free. Where's our training camp? I don't know. Oh, Scotland. Well, that's an exciting training camp for the Scottish team. Obviously, we don't earn quite enough money to go and take them to somewhere sunny, or even to, say, the US on a merchandise tour, which is the only reason teams go to America for their pre-season friendlies or the pre-season training camps. It's purely money, isn't it? It's advertising. Okay, we've got our league fixtures set up as well. Kilmarnock, St Mirren, Dundee, Hearts, Celtic. So, first 3 games feel like we should be able to get off to a good start. Could probably do with a couple more friendlies though. Let's do one. Right, let's set up a couple more. Do Monday, Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday. Go. Nothing exciting, but I do like some easy friendlies to start off the season. Get the morale up, get them ready to beat teams. So my playlist tonight should get us through to the end of the stream, as long as I don't overrun too much. Yeah, every time my scouts come back with a report on this guy, I'm more and more certain that he is worth £2.5 million on loan. And I'm happy that I am getting that one in there early. Very, very sad about Bernardo, though. He's transfer listed, though. Oh, that could be a game changer. Right, let's see if we can structure a deal. Let's do another 6 million on the Never Never. Something like that. Let's have some international. We're up to 15. That's not enough. You're not going to be happy with that, are you? What about this? Getting closer. That's good. Am I going to have to pay a little bit over the odds for you? Quite possibly. Okay, let's make that offer and see what they come back with. Hopefully they'll be reasonable and they will accept that. And we've just made £5 million off of Hurtado. He goes to Italy with Empoli, and if we can get Bernardo on that £18 million deal, or I will stretch for another £500,000. I am penny pinching a little bit. I did rather forget that we have some money coming in for Hurtado. So I will probably quite quickly cave to whatever it is that Benfica want for Bernardo, because he's a cracking player. Okay, what do you want? 18.75. I mean, there we go. Perfect. That'll do. I still got to negotiate the price down a little bit. They still got the money that they really wanted. And he doesn't want to join. Okay, that's fine. Come on, we'll get him. Screw it. Let's say we'll win next year. Why are you not letting me do this? I'm offering him what he wants. Oh, for goodness sake, right. We'll just have to wait a couple of weeks on that one then. But that's just silliness. Very keen, but then he's uninterested in discussing terms. Fine, we'll come back to that. So, how are you lovely people on this Friday evening? It's turned into quite a warm day in the end. I don't think the sun came out too much for me here, but it wasn't cold by any stretch of the imagination. Even played a bit of back garden football with my children because that's what they love doing. As soon as the weather dries up a little bit, we go kick a ball out about in the back garden. And what I love probably more than anything is seeing my 5-year-old daughter get involved. She adores it. She's not a tomboy really, but she loves gymnastics. She does ballet, but she also does football. So she goes to football classes on a Wednesday evening. She does gymnastics on a Monday evening. She used to do ballet every Saturday. She's such a... She wants to do everything. She's got so much energy. I'm very jealous. Rain dry, rain sun, no sun. Yeah, it's been weird like that for us for the last couple of months, I think. April was cold compared to, I think, normal temperatures. I think it's below normal, but still fairly dry. We had plenty. It felt like we had plenty of wet days, but apparently dry by normal standards. I just want a bit of sun. That would be nice, just for a week or so. And it's probably the same for you guys over there. We have 2 weeks of sun and call that summer. That's our summer, the 2 weeks of sun that we have. Although last year was a scorcher. Oh, free transfers. What a lovely thing to offer me. Let's get you in on... Oh, are you doing a silly... Well, you're going to do one of those silly trial days, aren't you? Alright, scouts, get on this, man. Let's talk to him. Okay. Good, you're on the transfer list. Oh, maybe this has come from the scout day. Alright, let's see what we've got. Mark O'Connor, that's a name from the past. I'm sure in previous FMs this man's been something of a wonder kid. I'm fairly certain I've bought him for many teams in previous versions of Football Manager. Come on, tell me there's someone exciting on here. Let's take a close look at you. Eric Dyer. Wow, no. Very old. Don't like old men. The news item I'm really waiting for now is that Bernardo's agent is really sorry for being an absolute bell end and cancelling the contract talks because I promised to win the league a season earlier than he was asking for. That Arsenal winger is now like a YouTube advert, a bad YouTube advert that you just can't get rid of. It keeps popping up time and time again in front of me. Okay, so we've got a couple of players returning to us. We will soon have the Hurtado money come through the door. I think Wallstedt is going to come back up into the first team. He's in the B team at the moment, but now we've sold our backup keeper to Arsenal. We'll get this man up to the first team squad and make him our new backup goalkeeper. Caffeine FC, thank you very much for the raid. How have you been? How was your stream tonight? I did. I stopped in briefly earlier today to see how you're getting on, but didn't stay for long. Welcome, 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 raiders. Yes, please do come and follow me. I'm a nice guy, I promise. And I'm terrible at FM, so you can come and tell me what I'm doing wrong, which is always good to hear. Come and tell me all the tips. Tell me specifically if you know whether I can hand over press conferences to my assistant manager without destroying my reputation, because my goodness, I'm bored of doing the press conferences. Booney, welcome. Thank you for the follow. We are midway through preparations in the transfer window here. We're doing our best to not sell our star striker. We want to keep him so we can win the league. People management. Okay, let's have a look. I don't think I brought him in specifically for that. I like good judgment when it comes to player potential. 15, that's pretty good. I think I'm going to do it then. Now, media. There you are. You can do all of them. Excellent. So if anyone's... send the assistant goodbye. Media is his job now. if anyone's watched my stream and had to see me do a press conference, I will be part way through talking and then have to go deadly silent because I can't read and speak at the same time. So thank you. You've probably improved my stream no end with that. There's still nothing exciting in these scout reports. I mean, some of that is just I've sent them out to look at everybody just in the hope that I will find that perfect player. Now we've got a few more friendlies that we don't play. That's another job for the assistant manager. We have our first Champions League qualifier towards the end of the month, where we're playing Austria Vienna, and we should get through that one quite comfortably. The board expect us to reach the Champions League proper, and I hope that the draw is kind to us and allows us the chance to do that. But we do have 3 rounds to get through. We've got the second qualifying round, we've got the third qualifying round, and then we've got the playoff. So we're doing it the hard way. Although last season we had some decent success in the Europa League, getting all the way through to the semi-final, where we lost to Spurs, which is no, it's a black mark against my managerial record to lose anything to Spurs, but we've tried our best. Okay, let's send whoever wants to go to Scotland for our training camp. Yes, you heard that right. Rangers are sending their players to Scotland for their training camp. We'll pay the bus fare, I suppose. So, how's your evening going? I hope you've all got good weekend plans ahead of you. For me, it's avoid anything to do with the coronation tomorrow. It's just I'm not anti-monarchy. I'm just not that interested. So for me, it's pick up a football, go to the park with my kids, and take a little picnic, and we'll spend all day outside if we can. And then Monday, I'm off for the final away game of the League Two season. I am a Gillingham fan, so I'll be heading off to Salford in Manchester just to hopefully spoil their playoff party. How about you? What have you got going on? I've not seen that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have managed to. Do you count that as graffiti? But I wouldn't be surprised if there's lots of those little sorts of surprises waiting all around. It was quite a sinister looking message from the Met Police, the police here in London, on Twitter the other day, which got a few people up in arms, basically saying they will not tolerate any kind of protest or disruption during the ceremony, which did have, slightly dystopian overtones, but at the same time, it's the monarchy. As whether you like them or not, they are absolutely big people here. They mean quite a lot to some people, so surely it's to be expected that the police are not going to tolerate a great deal. Obviously, they couldn't stop anyone from mowing a dick into the grass, but you're not really looking out for that, are you? If you're put in charge of police, if you're in charge of security for this event, is your first thought, I'd better watch out for people with lawnmowers or strimmers? They could be dangerous. Probably not. Or maybe that's just why I'm not in charge of the police. So it's beginning to look more like Bangsbo is the man who's going to leave us rather than Louisel. So I am keen in potentially dropping one centre back. We have got 5 who are passable, good candidates really for the first team. But I was hoping to drop Louisel rather than Bangsbo, but I think it makes no odds now. Let's just see if we can get as much money for this guy as possible. Okay. Ooh, not 5. Let's not be silly. We want something close to that 3.6 million, please. You offer us that? He's yours. There we go. Enjoy. Enjoy Getafe. And yeah, I'm getting more and more worried as this transfer window goes on. I'm still waiting for my loan boy to come in. I've got 19 players. I probably do need another 3 or 4. I do have to keep one eye on Europa League registration, Champions League registration, because of the distinct lack of homegrown players we have. We've got Scott Cowie, and we have Scott Cowie. That's it. That's where it starts and finishes. So we are probably looking at a 19-man squad unless I can find some youngsters, or not even youngsters, but some homegrown Scottish players. We're not loaning, thank you. And unfortunately, when we do have a look at the homegrown players, there is not a huge amount of talent available to us. I wonder if Mackenzie Carse wants to come back for another season. He was at least homegrown in Scotland. Fulham have had him on the loan list for quite some time. They'll probably tell me they don't want him to come back. Yeah, different environment, blah, blah, blah. We'll add him to the shortlist in case he's still on there and still available on deadline day. We're just waiting for Bernardo, who was a very good loan player for us last season, to stop throwing a wobbly about the contract negotiations. We tried to take off a promise that we'd win the league next season, or perhaps even the season after, and then I think it's a glitch in the game. It wouldn't allow us to suggest it when we added that back on, and it also wouldn't allow me to, or he wouldn't accept me promising that we'd win it a year earlier. So I really don't understand why you'd object to being told, actually, no, we're going to do it even sooner than you asked. That's Football Manager for you. Enjoy a nice lurk. I'm very much a lurker myself most of the time. Usually because I'm trying to bat off children, and my own children, I should clarify. It's always amazing to me how they could be sat next to their mum, and they'll come and find me and say, Dad, I'm thirsty. Dad, I'm hungry. Dad, I'm bored. It's a special talent children have for not seeing the parent who is right next to them. And even though it is nearly 11:30, I'm always paranoid one of them will just appear over my shoulder there. Before my daughter started school, she appeared in quite a lot of my Teams meetings for work. Most of my colleagues now know her by sight. Okay, come on, show me someone exciting in these. No, it's all not very exciting people. Daryl Kelly, you're not the one. I've already hopefully got a better left winger coming in. We have agreed a loan deal with Chelsea for a wonder kid left winger / striker who we're still kind of waiting for the go ahead. Has he rejected us? He's rejected us and I've missed it. Well, that's very sad. That's very sad indeed. I absolutely have missed that, and now I feel foolish. Let's do... we can do 70. That's all I can afford. Meet me somewhere in the middle here. Maybe we can do some business. Okay. Let's try again. I don't know what I think will be different this time. Are you ready to talk again? We're going to lose you to someone else, aren't we? Oh, now you're asking for even more money. No, now you're being stupid. Right, we'll go with that. It's all going wrong. From being in a position where I thought we'd filled 2 key positions with some real quality, we're now down to potentially having no one. Who is on our shortlist still? So Kovacevic, who's one that feels like my scouts are really trying to press on me, might be someone we go back to. They were asking for quite a bit of money, but if Ali Akar is not going to join us, we might have to go back for our second choice there. Dore Kovacevic has plenty of pace, has the ability to dribble, could cause some problems down on that left wing. Ali Akar, though, it's his finishing and his ability to play as an inside forward and as a striker very competently that has attracted me to him. I suppose he's got some ability to play as a striker, but not really much. And 5'4" feels just a little bit lightweight. Am I on Scottish players? Susic. Let's see what we've got there. Yeah, I'm not all right on Scottish players at all. We are very much going to be stretching the Champions League squad registration rules. And when I say stretching, we're not going to meet them at all. You fully scouted? Because you could also do a job, but you are quite expensive. 16, 19 million. Big wage request. Okay. Let's say no. Not impressed with that. All right, we'll keep you on the shortlist and we'll see how we go. Luka Susic. Let's just try Luka. Let's scroll all the way down. Well, that's not really much of a sort, is it, Football Manager? Croatia, I don't think I have got the Croatian League, no. We did at one point, but I'm fairly certain I've taken it off now as we've moved up through, yeah, as we've moved up the leagues, we're down to kind of the top 10. 9. That might be why I'm not able to find him. I think I've said this on stream before as well. I don't know anything about good players in Football Manager because I normally start off in the lowest league possible and then work my way up. Simply because I like starting unemployed or starting in like the National League South or North in England or just any kind of amateur semi-pro league because I like the challenge of building from nothing. So when it comes to actual players that do a job at high levels, I'm clueless. Everyone I deal with is a regen. Is that just because of the quality of players currently in the league and regens as well? Yeah, perhaps that's something I should have done. Oh, well, we'll have to do without the Croatian super talents for the time being. Right, let's continue. Is that the same offer? It is. Very well. someone's after Jamie Shackleton as well. I'm all for a bit of wheeling dealing and trying to keep that revolving door going, but at some point you just want a steady squad for at least for a little while. You've got a little bit of talent there. 3 stars. That's going to come down a bit though, isn't it? Your technicals are terrible at 23. I don't think you're quite the fit. Alright, we're going to keep looking at these central midfielders in Scotland. Someone's going to turn up soon. David Turnbull. No pace whatsoever. A Mazzara role probably isn't right for you, is it? Yeah, playmaker. You're going to be more static. Lewis Ferguson. You, on the other hand, might do a very good job, but your price is beyond what I could hope to pay. And then we've got Alan Campbell. Again, more of a ball-winning midfielder, someone who's more defensively minded, and that would be great if we needed that. But we've already got Raskin and Yates who are quite good at those roles within a team. Okay, who else is out there? Lewis O'Donnell, someone gaining a bit of experience in France. We're going to add you to the shortlist because you, just on the ranges, are fairly exciting. Okay, let's keep you in mind. And it is the Mazzara that we need. We've got a box-to-box midfielder in Ryan Yates. We've got our deep-lying playmaker in Nicholas Raskin. Mazzara, however, was Bernardo, and if we don't manage to secure him, then we definitely need to look elsewhere. And Mackenzie Cast is kind of almost a backup option slash registration option. He's just someone else who could add to the squad. He was with us last season on loan and did all right. Managed to do a role. Slotted in fairly comfortably when we needed him. The Secundo Volante. It's not a role I've used actually. It looks like everyone's going in for JB. As a freebie, I think we need to try and get involved in that. See if we can. I don't do sell-on fees, so you can have your full wage request, but I'm not doing sell-on fees. So how does that Secundo Volante fit in 4-3-3? It is my preferred. It's my preferred tactic with this squad. I've not really got anyone who plays as an attacking midfielder. Okay, so it's kind of like a deep-lying box-to-box midfielder, I suppose, but with some technical ability. Yeah, so it looks like you need 2 DMs, so I suppose that works in, say, a 4-2-3-1, where you're one of them plays as that Secundo Volante and he's the sort of holding midfielder who gets forward while you have one who sits back. This is kind of I suppose this is fairly similar. My Mazzara gets forward and potentially could be a central midfield on an attack method. And then my box-to-box is the Secundo Volante, I suppose, with Raskin being the holding player there, but also is the one who pings the ball around. Yeah, my box on support. So I've had decent success with Yates as a box-to-box midfielder. I tried doing a central midfielder on support and found they just weren't involved in the game at all. Box to box doesn't they don't burst into the box late in the way that I think they did in previous versions. Oh, he's really not interested. Okay, well, we'll keep him on the shortlist and see what happens. See if he's still looking for a transfer towards the end of the transfer window. But I do think we probably have to consider that deal dead and buried, which is a real shame. Yeah, see you in a mo. I think actually we're probably going to just stop for a couple of minutes there. I need to run off and refill my beer anyway. So let's all take a 5-minute break, people. Smoke them if you got them. And we are back. Beer is refilled. And we can continue the argument about box-to-box midfielders. I don't think there's much of an argument. I think I am sentimentally attached to box-to-box midfielders because I have definitely had lots of success with them in the past. And I quite like the versatility they have. If as long as you've got someone who's got legs, they can run, a bit of strength, they can do a job in all parts of the pitch. Mazzala just gets forward, and I like that about them. So I do like that combination. So a central midfielder, possibly could be a replacement role for this box-to-box midfielder, but it's just I like the energy that I get with the box-to-box midfielder. And Yates did quite well last season playing in that role. Though if I look at the last 5 games, he's probably the weakest of them all. So there might be something to it. But we desperately just need more bodies in that position at the moment. Okay, so we've still got Lewis O'Donnell being scouted. He's currently my favourite option. But that is based solely on the fact that he is within my price range and has a bit of potential. Cammy McPherson was a great player for me at Dundee United, but obviously nowhere near the level we're at now. You also do need to look at a backup left winger. Assuming, of course, that we're not going to get our first choice option, which is a man, Ali Akar. He's rejected us once for a loan offer, and I expect him to do it again. I don't expect that he's going to want to come after he said no to us once already, which is a real shame because he is a top quality player and would probably give Colombo, our striker, a bit of a run for his money, a bit of competition. But also Sarmiento, who is by far and away our best winger and had a great season of providing, I think, 16 assists. Yeah, he's rejected us again. Okay, let's get him off the shortlist. That one is over. Right, we'll turn our attention then, I think, to this young Arsenal lad. He's got a bit more pace than Ali Akar. And we'll see if we can strike a deal with them. But this young man, happily pay a little bit more on wages if you'll take some of that off. Work with me here, Arsenal. Come on, guys. You want this man to get experience. He's going to get Champions League experience if you let him come to me. Still don't want him to come to me. Okay. Alternatives are fairly light at the moment. Well, let's have a look and see if there's any Scottish left wingers. Well, not really is the answer there. Preston want you. Does that mean you've got talent? Let's add you to the shortlist in case they do put an offer in. Otherwise, I don't think there's much worth looking at here. Dapo Mabude. Where were you before? Rangers. Interesting. Homegrown at club. When your value doesn't tell me that you're up to much, and some of these stats look horrifying. We'll let scouts do their job, but I don't think he's one we're going for. What have you found in recruitment focus? You found us some cracking little right backs, and I do keep getting very tempted by Connor Bradley here. Lewis Payne might be an even better option. Very intelligent. Not quite the physical attributes that Bradley has. And then there's Ben Johnson. Transfer listed. Okay. Would he come? 5. I need to ask him for a lot of money. Okay, we'll give that some thought. Okay, you're better in your head than you are with your body. Although actually you're not bad, are you? Okay. Better wages, but that transfer value is possibly going to cause us problems trying to bring this one in. Let's fire off a bit of an insulting opening salvo and see what they have to say. Yeah, I'd probably do the same. Okay, so if we do something like this, we'll even change that to 1 because there's no way he's playing for England. That's how confident I am. We'll send them that offer and see what they have to say for themselves. And then there's Mazzala. We've got a few more takers. So what have you found for me, gents? Okay, if Chavy's one of them, and he is one that we have put a contract offer in for, and actually, I'm going to try. I don't think this really works, but £4,000 a week is not a huge amount to me. And I know that Celtic have gone in for him, and if we can gazump Celtic, then we're going in the right direction. We've got Liam Gibbs unhappy at Watford. You are a playmaker, but you can play as a Mazzala. Transfer listed 12.5 million. Get him on the short list. We'll see how things move with Chaby. But you might be one we bring in anyway because you've got that versatility playing in both of those roles. Barchi, 10.5 million. 3-star potential, 3-star ability. Decent passer. You prefer the Mazzala role as well. Okay, I like the look of you. What does your agent say? Oh. Doesn't have any interest. Well, that's good to know. Good. Cool. Your Monday now. You've got the ability to play out here. We've got lots of things that make me quite excited there. What does the agent say about this one? Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. I like all of the green numbers I'm seeing there. Quick, good passer, technique, decisions are fine. Right, where's the horror story? Can't mark. Fine, I'm not asking him to be defensive. Doesn't enjoy big matches. That's a problem. We've got this lad, Leo Castledine. Doesn't enjoy big matches. That is a problem. 27, you're not going to grow out of it either. Okay, well, let's see what happens with these couple of players, shall we? And that is growing and growing. And yet we're not bringing any of them in. Help me. So how's your Friday night going? How's your weekend looking? Is it lining up to be a good one? If you are new here, feel free to drop me a follow. We're just 4 away from our goal of reaching 20 followers. I have been doing this just a couple of weeks, so still trying to build a little community here, and it'd be great if you can be part of that. Callum Stewart, do I want you to go on loan? Not really good enough to challenge for a first team place. Yeah, okay. Interesting that they want him as a squad player. I'm afraid you are going to have to pay something towards his wages. No, let's not do that. Okay. You play him a lot more if you want that. No. Okay, that's a no then. I'd rather he goes into the championship, which is more his level. Now, you've been injured a couple of times already. Are you injury prone? consistent, but not necessarily injury prone. Although you are above average, well, that's more due to the injury. So, okay, maybe it's just a bit of bad luck for him. Yeah, okay. Despite him not being great at big matches, I do feel like he's going to play a part through the rest of the season. He might not be the one who I turn to in the big games. But if I can get in the smaller games goals out of the man, he's very much in the running. Okay, squad player. I think you're going to be a regular starter, actually. I think you're going to do better than you think. That wage request is a bit daft. So let's try and be sensible, shall we? Okay, we'll add to your appearance fee. Perfect. Good. All right. At least we're doing some business. Good decision making, good pace, good dribbling, can finish, good first touch, and will pass. I mean, yeah, you're pretty much the man I want running forward from midfield, getting in with the striker. Welcome back, Ashwin. I hope all is well. Kovacic. Oh, come on. I can't even offer as much as I was because I'm having to. Right, let's adjust the budgets. Let's get a bit more wage budget in there. Transfer budget slightly less important. Right, let's do this. If you can just. So if I do that and do that. Okay, interesting. Well, have we finally made a breakthrough with Arsenal? That helps the squad a little bit there. If we do manage to get that man in, that means that Isaacson definitely can be my rotation striker option. And then if I can get, is it Shabley? It's not Shaibi. And Diamande, then I'm probably set for central midfielders, because then that gives me Shaibi, it gives me Diamande, it gives me Raskin, Shackleton, Yates, and then maybe just a right back on top of that. And let's see if we can negotiate something with Southampton for their young right back. Okay, that's accepted. That's good. We're not loaning Mickey Mickelson out. He's mine. Mikael Mikkelsen is just too good a name for me to let him go out on loan to Werder Bremen. It's just not right. Yeah, see, I may go in for Connor Bradley if that young lad that I was looking at earlier isn't going to be available from Southampton. Obviously, the offer I made for them was a little bit insulting. Lewis Payne, he's the one. He's 6'4" as well. A big, tall right back. Could cover at centre back as needed. Just because he's big, that's the only reason. If you're 6'4", you're going to be a centre back, I'm afraid. But they're asking for the sort of money that I just can't splash. I could do that. Oh, we're getting closer. And it does all go on the Never Never, and that could be a problem. It will be a problem. Got to remember, there's £5 million there that's probably never going to them. After that, Linger 10. Okay. That's far too much. Let's see if we can. Well, that would be delightful. So, what have we got going out potentially here? 5 million on you, 5 million on you, 10 million. Signing on fees will cost a bit, but hopefully within budget. If we're fortunate, those 3 signings could be just enough, and then we can look to the loan market to fill the rest of the gaps. I want to take that out, but I'll put it back in if you moan. No, that's good. Yeah, I mean, if I can get that down, give you a little bit more there, that just frees up a little more wage transfer budget. Good. Bangsbo, I forgot about you. What's everybody else offered? 3.6. You're offering me more guaranteed. You're offering me 3.7 guaranteed. Yeah, we'll take that. Valstedt, no, you are unfortunately someone I need as my backup goalkeeper. So we're going to say no to that, I think. Well, you're incredibly interested. Well, of course you are. Okay. Let's agree a price. I mean, 4.7 million sounds absolutely fandabby-dozy to me. Yep, okay. Okay, so now we need a goalkeeper, preferably Scottish. Well, that would be an interesting one. So Brian Kinnear was my keeper at Dundee, who pretty much kept the club afloat with his sale. Craig King at the other Dundee. So I should be clear, Brian Kinnear was with us at Dundee United. And we've got this young lad who's got absolutely no ability at all. And I think we've probably about reached our limit. We'll get the scouts looking at this one, but none of this looks particularly promising. We have got, of course, Scott Cowie, who is fine as an emergency backup, and that's about all he'll be. But ideally, I'd like someone who could potentially even compete for starting position with Smicer. I can't turn down nearly £5 million for a backup goalkeeper who spent last season out on loan and was in my B team until I remembered he was there. So he is. I'm happy for him to go because I think I can do more with that £4.7 million. Right, give some players praise for good training. Always helps keep them on side. And we are 2 weeks away from our first Champions League qualifier. And we've still got a few holes in the squad. We're cutting this fine. In fact, we need to get players registered before this deadline on the 23rd. So we have 9 days to get at least one player in that midfield position. So hopefully Diamande or Shaibi make a decision imminently. Well, hey, look at that. I've managed to mute myself. So I was trying to say that back in previous games, I would be all over the internet trying to find the right tactics, what everyone else was saying, what the meta was. You know, I don't know if anyone remembers the Day of the Diablo formation, which was just insane. It was just a goal machine. Um, but I've become quite set on certain tactics. I like 4-3-3, I like 4-2-3-1, and I like a 5-3-2, but a proper 5-3-2. Three centre backs, two wing backs, three central midfielders, two strikers. No attacking midfielders, no defensive midfielders, none of this seven at the back, five defenders and two defensive midfielders. It's a proper 5-3-2 for me. And I do get a little bit excited about the idea of two men up top formations, two striker formations. But I don't tend to find they work at higher levels. Now I said you were going to go on the left, didn't I? So let's get you on the left. Okay, well, I feel a lot more comfortable with Kovacevic now in the side and Diamande. Shaibi would be the perfect addition to that and would certainly make me a much happier man. And of course, we can't forget we've got Lewis Payne potentially coming in for what might be an extortionate transfer fee, at least in the future, but I'm hoping that I won't have to be around to still deal with the consequences there. The aim of this is to win as many trophies with as many big teams as we possibly can, and I do want to see myself in Italy, Spain, Germany, France, potentially England, but I'm avoiding England simply because I normally play as English clubs, normally start in English clubs. So I'm quite happy with the idea of continuing to tour Europe. So you're probably not going to be good enough. We'll keep scouting you. He might be a purchase solely for his upbringing in Scotland. And thank goodness you're here, Ashwin. I wonder how long I would have been talking to myself on mute for. Okay, Bangsbo goes off to Getafe. That's a shame. Valsted goes off to Tottenham, and yeah, I mean, I kind of didn't even realise he was one of mine. And we do get Chaibi, so we have managed to gazump Celtic. Oh, that makes me happy. Right, it does look like we're going to have a chance to get a couple of games deep into this season before we end the stream. I'm looking to finish around about half one tonight, doing the graveyard shift. I do tend to find I get more people interacting at this time of night, so I quite like my weekend streams. You will hopefully see me on a more regular basis now, so plan going forward is Monday, Thursday, Saturday. This weekend, however, I am planning to spend my Saturday night at the pub, so you've got me on a Friday night instead. But if my full plans fall through tomorrow, you may well see me again. João Neves was one that I was looking at as potentially, again, that Mazzala role. What offers have been going in for him? 9.5, 9 million plus. What do my scouts think? Leading Premiership. We might be overkill in the centre of midfield now. Yep, agree. We don't need that anymore. Oh, it's so nice to not have to do all of those press conferences. Caffeine FC, you're probably my favourite streamer now just for that piece of advice. Just being able to answer that question for me. starting to think left back feels a little bit underwhelming. Thierry Small's done a job. No, let's show the faith in him. How many players does that bring us up to now? That's 21. So Lewis Page makes 22, and then another goalkeeper would make 23. That's fairly healthy, and considering we'd still have to leave a couple of players out of our Champions League squad, shouldn't be looking to add too much more, I don't think, at this stage. What have you got for us in the goalkeeping department? I very much doubt you had an upbringing in Scotland, did you? Qualification 34. Let's find some youngsters, please. Right. Oh, I just want to get into the games now. And there we go. We've got Lewis Payne on board as well. That means Jamie Shackleton is a central midfielder for us this season. Interestingly, Traby is best as a left winger. Or at least that's his preferred position, or rather my assistant manager's idea of his best position. Interesting. I've rather thought Diamande might be that man. Kind of cover between both, but we've got Kovacevic, who is absolutely going to be pushing Sarmiento for starting right on the left wing. Given his quality, he may well be my right wing first choice. We have got Tyrese Campbell. We've got Mario Cozier-Dubry, who is probably cover for Tyrese. We've got options on the wings, which is good. Okay, welcome aboard Lewis Payne. Yeah, you've got everything I like about the right wing back. You can run, you're smart, you know where to be. We're going to have a good season. I mean, let's have a look and see what that's done to the season preview. Have we picked Celtic to be the best team? Not just yet, but we're much, much closer than we were last season when Celtic were odds on. Our two best players being Colombo and Sarmiento. And I mean, really, the rest of the league is some way off us. But we should be able to push Celtic very, very close indeed. And I genuinely think we're in with a chance of winning. It's why I'm here. I want trophies. This could potentially be my first top division trophy if we manage to take one. And then who knows what opportunities that will open up for us. The previous Rangers manager in this game, just like Steven Gerrard, went to Aston Villa after leaving Rangers, winning a trophy, then going to Aston Villa. It seems to be what happens. I am going to buck that trend because I don't think Aston Villa are big enough for my ambitions. Okay, so record purchase. After my previous record purchase, I'm obviously spending a lot of money here. Yeah, here we go. So this is where we see just how much of a mistake I've made when it comes to my purchasing. Okay, we have 2, we have to go down by 4 players. That is a problem. Right, Thierry Small's one of the first to drop out, I believe. Kezia Dubry, we can do without. You need to stay. Louis Al, you were unhappy that I did it to you last year, but you're probably going to have to do it again. And Bo Stair, perhaps. My only concern there is that means that Beck Sorensen is both a left back and a centre back. 1, 2, 3. I've only got 3 centre backs in amongst that. This is the same problem we had last season. But unfortunately, it's not something that's easily solved. Who else may not play much of a role this season? I think that's about it. I think that's what we need to go with. Okay, we'll await the grumpy players coming to my door. The reason it's not easy to solve that problem is there just aren't that many Scottish players or Scottish homegrown players who have the ability to compete at this level, who I can readily get from another club. And if I want to solve the problem by growing our own players, it will take a few years. Or what did you forget? Yeah, Arsenal are one of those teams, aren't they, where they are incredibly difficult to play against. They're always competing for titles, but the squad just doesn't match up. You rarely see an Arsenal in 10th, do you? Give you number 8, why not? Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the Premier League and see how they've got on in the last few seasons. Let's put English. What is this? Why won't you just give me the league? Okay, let's do top league, shall we? So let's have a look. Arsenal, second, third. I mean, yeah. As soon as the game started, they've been second or third most seasons. Haven't won it yet, though. If you look at the season preview, there they are in third. You have to feel, though, that given their performance this season and the quality and potential in their youngsters, Arsenal are definitely going to be a better team to manage again in FM24. They've got to be, haven't they? Yeah, I do wonder what the financial situation is at Arsenal as well. Because I don't know if it's intentional that Arteta is looking at youngsters and not splashing out on big names, or whether it's a case of he just doesn't have the financial backing. But yeah, you look at Arsenal and think you're just a few players away. I think the only reason they have fallen at the end of this season is they just have. I think they've just run those players into the ground. You look at the squad of Man City. I mean, even the squad of Arsenal, and look at Chelsea, for example. Although Chelsea have absolutely stuffed it up, but Arsenal have had to rotate on the same sort of 15, 16 players. Get some decent squad options in there, and it will be incredible. Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? They've not bought players at the peak of their careers. They've bought players young and trained them and taught them the Arsenal way. Right. If we get through our first tile, what do we have next? Anderlecht. Okay, that's Anderlecht. That's I'm going to say that I'm quietly confident that I think we can do that. But Man City have had just simply more players that they can call on. So I don't know if it is nerves, or whether it's just it's tiredness, it's exhaustion. And Saka, for example, has played pretty much every game in every competition. Eventually you're just going to be worn down by that. Yeah, you can go. That's fine. Go and enjoy your loan. Right, he can go if you're going to play him properly. I want him to get some game time, but I don't want him to be sat on the bench. Yeah, fine. Oh, look at that. Two of my old boys. McLennan was there already, but Jose Aguilar, I turned in to the most dangerous right winger. Left winger? Yeah, right winger. He only played on left when I took him, and now he is a natural inverted winger on the right, and he is apparently one of the favourites for the favourite, the young player award this season. I made him. Yeah, I mean, the whole penalty thing, I think, there may well be a case for um, referees being intimidated by the squad, by the manager, by the stadium, whatever it may be. The home advantage. You've got the home penalties and the away penalties, haven't you? There's home team tends to get the luck of the draw most of the time. But I do think at the same time, when it comes to Man City have had more penalties. Well, there's a good chance they are in the box, and there's the possibility of a penalty more frequently than, say, Fulham, more frequently than Leeds, more frequently than Wolves. So I do think there's a bit of that. There's absolutely something in my mind that says referees have teams they favour over others, but at the same time, you've got to give if you're in the box, you're making the ref make a decision. If you're not, then he can't give you a penalty. So I do think there's a bit of bit of rationality behind it, but I do also think there's probably. Oh God, there it is. They're all very unhappy for not getting into the Champions League squad. But I do think there's there's a bit of. I don't think it's a conspiracy as such. I don't think it's everybody in the FA wants Man City to win the league or anything like that. But I do think refs either favour them in some small subconscious way, or they're just intimidated by the team when they're out on the pitch. No. No, you're not. Get out of my face. I will sell you and replace you with some young Scottish defender. Oh dear, yeah, same for you. Okay, you can be unhappy about it. And you can be unhappy as well. Yeah, we'll do the same thing. I'm not caving to these players. I would rather sell them and bring in youngsters in their place. Not that I've got any who play in that position, although Armour might replace Cozier Dewberry. But in terms of defence, no, I've got nothing. Do I have a left back at all? Yeah, Chris Chalk is not going to be up to scratch, is he? And yeah, you're 16 and you're not going to do much. You're 17 and you're out on loan. Maybe I should have kept you. Maybe you're my Champions League second choice left back. And instead you're on loan, in League One of Scotland. That was a mistake. Yeah, I definitely agree that there's something about big teams getting penalties, and I don't think you can really deny it. But some of that is going to be they're in areas where penalties are likely to be given more often than the teams at the bottom of the league. That's why they're top of the league. They attack more, they get into the box more. Well, here we go. It is the start of the Champions League adventure. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's always going to cause a bit of a few raised eyebrows when you see that they have more penalties than any other team in the league. And some of that is going to be they're attacking more than most other teams in the league. But they're also going to be, referees, it's understandable they'll be intimidated by the fact that, this is a team that's been dominant in England for a few years and have, while having a tussle with Liverpool for a year or two, they're still probably arguably the best squad in the country. And referees are going to look at that and think, oh, maybe it should be a penalty. And have natural divers as players. Well, honestly, I think so much of the Premier League is diving now. It hurts to watch. I've never played an Arsenal save. I think back in FM 18, I think it may have been before. It may even have been FM 16. I did an online save with my friend who's the Arsenal fan, and he chose to be Arsenal, and just to wind him up, I chose to be Tottenham. I think he won the league first year, and by season 6, I'd finally won the league, and funnily enough, we stopped playing after that. I think he was so upset by the idea of watching Spurs win the league that he just gave up on the save entirely. Yes, when you're playing as Arsenal, you can't beat big teams. You can't. Okay. Let's put together this squad then. Okay. I'm going to start with Shackleton in the midfield then. And then we will have Shaby. Okay, I like the idea of starting this lad. So sometimes I think the budgets are set on, well, they do take into account, don't they, any summer spending, but Arsenal haven't spent a ton of money. As far as I'm aware, I mean, I can't say I've accounted for their entire transfer activity, but it seems crazy to me that you get £4 million as Arsenal. I mean, I've in previous games I've been Real Madrid or Barcelona and started with peanuts because they've spent a shit ton of money in the summer, and obviously you've got nothing left. Well, we're in the same situation as we were last season. I think any more signings from now on will have to be Scottish players, or at least homegrown in Scotland players, as we're back to the usual groups. Some of these are now too old to just slot in. Dean Martin is too old. He was my go-to. Right, Ross McIntosh and Chris Malley, because why not? Yeah, I honestly don't understand the difference in transfer budgets. And how do they get this information in the first place? What one club has to spend over another? And sure, you can look at how much business they actually did in the summer, but can you assume from there how much more they've got left? I don't think you can. Arsenal might be an interesting youth-only save to do. Let's face it, that's how they do football as it is. Oh, that was nearly the perfect introduction there from Kovacevic. Oh my goodness, what have I just seen? I can't be the only person who's just seen that, can I? Smicer has just... What? So he steps forward, he forgets where the ball's going, forgets that he's a goalkeeper perhaps, and then spins around and... Oh my goodness. Wow. He had a game like this last season in the semi-final of the Scottish Cup. He just forgot to play football. He just let one shot go over his head, and then ran past another one. It was a miracle we got through that game. Well, let's see if players can shake off whatever malaise is affecting the goalkeeper and get an equaliser here. And Sarmiento has done just that. He is a special, special boy. And I think I've got them both playing on the wrong side. I have. Deary me. It's almost like I've never played this game before. Should we play him as a winger? No. I still want you to play as an inverted winger. Yep. You're an inverted winger. That's what I like to play. The things that used to wind me up is when I still do actually, but when you'd win a big game, there's a big title rival, something like that. You'd win that 2-3-4-1, and you think yes, we've found our rhythm, we're on it, and then you go and lose to bottom league 2-0 at home or something like that. That was always rage inducing for me. I'd be ready to throw my laptop out the window. Exactly. Well, we've definitely turned this around after Smitzer had an interesting moment in goal. 3 fairly quick goals, and we are cruising through. I don't think we should bother with the second leg. In fact, let's call it here. We'll shake hands and move on. We'll just go to the next round. Let's make a few subs. I want to get a look at one of my other new boys, Diamande there. Shavy's not had the greatest of games. Samwise can come on, and let's get Mikkelsen on for a run out as well. We'll make a couple more changes in a few minutes. Old school tunes tonight. And look at Shackleton run there. That's what you get from a box-to-box midfielder. Just pure dynamism. This is why I always do contract renewals at the end of the season. It's guaranteed. They are getting injured as soon as they sign up. Or if you buy a new player. There was a point where I could have sworn it was hard coded into the game to have a big signing, a record signing, get injured for 4 months as soon as you brought them in. Well, this has been a lot more comfortable than that first highlight suggested it would be. When we conceded that goal, I did think we were probably in for a rough night, but we have come through this with ease. And that second leg is looking pretty easy. You can rotate the team already. Give me a chance to have a look at Diamande in that Mazzala role. And Sarmiento just doing Sarmiento things. Everyone's still trying to steal him away from me. Al Jazeera, I don't think he needs to go there, but Napoli is the one that worries me. Okay, Stuart can go and get some actual game time at St Johnstone, where hopefully he'll come back as a decent rotation option. Because he's got a little bit more potential. He can grow. And if he does see that potential, then he could be the sort of player that we register in the Champions League squad just to have another body. So Ashwin, we are definitely into the wee hours over there. Must be coming up to 2 AM for you. Does your wife not get upset with you going to bed so late? She went to bed 20 minutes ago. Now, I married the sort of woman who likes to go to bed at 9 p.m. I think tomorrow morning she'll probably be waking up just as I'm drifting off. She went out for dinner with a friend tonight and got home at 8:30 and was in bed before 9. Yeah, my wife's definitely a Potterhead. Is there a term for Harry Potter fans? Yeah, she's one of them. It was never something I really got into, Harry Potter. Lord of the Rings, all over it. Harry Potter never really took my fancy. No, we're not selling Raskin to Southampton. Yeah, Star Wars I can get on board with. I'm not going to sit here and claim I'm a big fan, but certainly enjoyed the earlier films. Batman? No, not for me. Batman was always trying to be dark, and I get that's the point of it, but it all felt so forced. Whichever film I've seen, whichever movie I've seen, it's always felt that the darkness is so forced, and I don't know, it breaks it for me. I like my films light-hearted, witty, even a bit camp. For me, Starship Troopers is one of the best films I've ever watched. And if you've not seen it, go and watch it. Please go and watch it because it's one of those things. It was so bad it became a cult, almost a cult classic. People loved it, and it's so camp and silly and doesn't take itself too seriously. I found it fantastic. Oh, please tell me you got those 3 goals. 23, you're not likely to reach that potential, are you? I still think I can do better. Well, I'm glad you got the win then. Otherwise, I worry that you might have put something through your monitor. Okay, Premier Sports Cup. St Mirren. Okay, that's a game we should be able to win. For a second, I thought it said that St Mirren were in the Championship, and I would have said their season must have fallen apart, but not so. Kind of mid-table now. Success will come. If you stick with it, success will come. Online games is one of the best things that ever came into Football Manager. I think some of my favourite Football Manager saves have been one that I've played with a close friend of mine. So we did the Arsenal Tottenham save one year, and last year we did a kind of like a road to glory, non-league to legend kind of thing, where we both took teams in the National League South in England, closest 2 teams to us geographically, and we ended up both in Italy, him with Juventus, me with Sampdoria, and it was just a great experience. Really enjoyed the moving around. I think I went from Welling to Bolton to Sampdoria, which is quite a career path, whereas he went from Dartford to Blackburn to Fulham to Juventus, which even crazier. But it's fantastic when you have someone else to play that along with, I find. What change did you make? Yeah, we'll keep the same captain and vice captain. We're from 4.1, guaranteed is 3.3. No, that's fine. Do you know what? You're causing me too much hassle. And you are going nowhere, my boy. Oh, interesting. So, what's that? 4-2-4 almost? Have you gone from a 4-2-3-1 to a 4-2-4? And my big tactical breakthrough was just unleashing my midfield. I did have a ball-winning midfielder here, a box-to-box midfielder, and then a deep-lying playmaker on support, and we weren't scoring goals. And it took me far too long to realise that I had no one, absolutely no one in this area here. Yeah, it's a 4-2-4. Conversation 56, yeah, fine, just go. Right, we need to do a bit of work, don't we? We need to see if we can spend a few of these pounds to get in some young... It doesn't have to be young, it just needs to be someone trained in Scotland. Do you ever remember that tactic that was a 4-4-2, but it was mostly played in South America, and I think in particular in Brazil, and you had that box midfield. You had two DMs, two attacking midfielders, two strikers. Oh, that was... And it was impossible to play against. It was a game-breaking formation. Okay, we've got some options here. Oh, it's always nice to be above Man City. Is this your first two games of the season, though? Because that could be short-lived. You smashed them then. It was comfortable. So you're homegrown. Where are you homegrown? Dundee United. Could play right back as well as centre back. You are an option. You would be someone I could add straight to the squad, and that would solve my problem at centre back in the Champions League. Right, let's see. Can we strike up a deal for you? And yes, I'm playing fast and loose with Rangers' future financial health, but the whole point is I don't want to be there in more than sort of 2 seasons. I want to have moved on. Oh, now you're asking for far too much. Alright, let's see. They'll probably come back and they'll negotiate that, I'm sure. £11 million. I think you've done quite well there. I think you've robbed someone, really. £11 million for El Neni. You've absolutely mugged them. In Portugal, he's probably quite good. They probably feel like they've got a bargain, but that's good. Look, see, you've got £11 million you can now spend on someone, which brings your transfer budget up to what, 15? Right. Just having a look at a left back who is homegrown in Scotland to solve our Thierry Small problem, in that we can't register him because we don't have any spaces at all. Andrew Robertson, that would be quite a signing, wouldn't it, at 35? I mean, it's probably worth a look. Even just a wee little look, why not? And then, yeah, it just gets ridiculous what's left there. Let's get a scout on you as well, just in case. Is it all on instalments? That'll bankrupt your club in a few years, but it's fine. As long as you win the Champions League, you'll be fine. Yeah, important player. Go and have a loan. Oh, how have you structured that one then? I'm intrigued. If I do. Almost certainly sounds like a glitch in the game, but my god, enjoy it. That's interesting. So they're saying I should use him as an emergency backup. Whereas my scouts say leading Premiership. Okay, well, I'm going to call you a fringe player. And have I got anything I can do with this wage budget? Not really. Alright, let's increase your appearance fee and hope that you settle for that. Pay the agent more money, maybe he'll let you come. I wonder where Declan Rice is in this game. I'll have a look in a second. Yeah, you're going to pull out of negotiations now, aren't you? Okay, fine. Did what we could. Yep. Has he gone to Man City? Oh, Real Madrid. Well, that's interesting. I don't think I've seen that one before. I've definitely seen Declan Rice go to Man City. I've seen him go to Man United. I think I've seen him go to Chelsea, but first time I think I've seen him go to Real Madrid. Oh, that's just amazing, though. You just suddenly get. I mean, you've got to click it. If it says accept, you accept. It doesn't matter what it does to your budget. It doesn't matter what it does to your bank balance. You just accept that. I've just realised what song's playing. This one's dedicated to you, Ashwin. Insomnia. Okay, well, let's go and complete the job against Austria Vienna. I think we are going to look at a few of the fringe players in this one. Don't have too many options because we can't register half of them. Actually, Yates will run out. I think Shackleton played the last one, didn't he? And let's get Diamande up there. Best £11 million you've ever made. Let's give Tyrese Campbell a run out. And we'll give Kovacic even, a chance on the left wing, which is where I want him to play. Let's give Isaacson a run out up front. That's a great song. I've not yet moved into that old man stage where I say to my kids, "Oh, I don't listen to this music. It all sounds the same," which is what my parents would tell me. But I definitely found that the 90s and early 2000s is kind of where it feels like music peaked for me. Calvert-Lewin is absolutely fantastic. Never seems to get any kind of international recognition, though. Harry Kane just forever keeps him out of the side. But Calvert-Lewin is a great player to have in FM. Got 4 more. Oh yeah, Jamie Vardy just, and his story was one of the truly great ones, coming from absolutely nothing, from non-league right through to winning the Premier League, and then just fell off a cliff, didn't he? I don't know if it was injury that got to him or what, but it was only a few years ago he was winning the league with Leicester. I think age might play a part in it as well. One of his biggest strengths was his pace and his ability to run. Few injuries and a bit, approaching 30, getting over 30, it makes a difference. There are those out there who would have said that Arsenal would have ruined him, I think. I'm never sure. I don't think I ever saw Jamie Vardy as an Arsenal type of player. Very much a poacher, isn't he? Just someone who gets in and scores goals. I don't know if he plays the Arsenal way of football. It's interesting you say that they ruined Mahrez, because every time I see him play for Man City, he just looks out of this world. Oh, we've given our mandatory goal to Austria Vienna. Even though they're down to 10 men, somehow we've conspired to put ourselves behind. Yeah, it might be that he just comes out in the real nothing games. But he always looks so good when I do see him. Diamande has scored on his first start. That's great stuff. That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, Vardy may have done better than Mahrez. But he like I say, just never seemed to be the right sort of fit for Arsenal. Almost too direct, I think, in some ways. Oh, he was the player for Leicester, I think. Without Mahrez, Leicester's title win never happened. And similar to Jack Grealish as well. I think he probably gets a bit more time than Mahrez does, but Jack Grealish was an absolute superstar at Aston Villa. He's gone to City to spend quite a bit of time on the bench. Yeah, the question with Arsenal is they might be willing to pay, but can they actually play? It's a question that's probably going to haunt Arsenal fans for years. Could they have afforded something better? Could they have afforded that extra squad option this season? I think Mahrez would have fitted quite well in the Arsenal lineup. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'd definitely agree that Mahrez, I think, would have been fantastic at Arsenal. I do think he was exactly the sort of player that Arsenal would have loved to have had. Vardy, and maybe Vardy would have been a good fit just because he would have added a different dimension to the game. And I look at the likes of Alexis Sanchez, who he absolutely could play the tick-a-tacker, tippy-tappy football, passing the ball into the back of net type football that Arsenal so often like to play, but he could run as well. He was so direct. Yeah, they built up quite a partnership at Leicester. And Tyrese Campbell gets off the mark this season. Maybe splitting those two up is what's ruined both. Well, not entirely ruined their careers, but it certainly led to quite a steep decline for them both. Let's get Beck Sorensen on there. Isaacson has been terrible, which is a shame because I really wanted him to do well here. Yeah. Yeah, it's about those partnerships. Sometimes you just find two players who click so well that they probably become better than they would be with any other player or any other team. And it goes the other way as well. Sometimes you have players that don't click. I think an evergreen example for England fans would be Frank Lampard and Steven Gerrard. two of the best English midfielders that we've seen in decades, and certainly the two best central midfielders in England, or two best English central midfielders of their generation, and yet put them in a team together for England, and they had absolutely no cohesion at all. So I've not seen much of Van der Beek before he went to Man United, so I couldn't say what his starting point was. And Chelsea, they're well known for ruining players. And look at Mo Salah and Kevin De Bruyne. They had to leave Chelsea to discover that actually they're quite good at football. Right. Ross McIntosh, you have some actual ability or potential, so you can go and play a football match. Yeah, Lukaku, Tammy Abraham. I mean, look how well he's been doing in Roma. Calvert-Lewin, was he Chelsea? Oh, Google's going to have to answer this question for me. You may well be right. Let's have a look. No, he wasn't. He was Sheffield United. But you just know what the story would be if he had started at Chelsea. He would have been out on loan multiple times somewhere in back end of Europe, and he would have only really found his talent once he moved on. Either way, yeah. Chelsea, they went through that period, didn't they, where they had quite an incredible youth squad, and they just couldn't get them games. And so they all went out on loan. They'd come back, and they still weren't able to get into the first team, so they'd leave permanently. And then, well, I mean, just look at Kevin De Bruyne, Mo Salah, two of the best players in the world at sort of at their peaks, at their very best. And Chelsea had them and let them go. I bet they wish they could drag them back now. Especially seeing as Salah can score goals, which is something Chelsea have forgotten how to do. My criticism of Chelsea's lack of goal scoring ability comes from a Gillingham fan who watched his team score 6 goals in the first half of this season, entirely in the league at least. We did score a couple in the cups, but 6 league goals in the first half of this season. So I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to see your team just absolutely fail to find the net. So we can put Welsh in, but we don't need to. I want to be able to put Thierry Small in, but I can't. Right, well, no changes for us then. We'll just carry on. If we can get Kerr Smith in, that makes a bit of a difference. That does give us an extra defender to work with in the Champions League. Ideally, I'd find a left back who can do that job as well. But Scottish homegrown left backs are few and far between, it seems. At least those able to compete at this level. And we've definitely not got anything in our under 21, so B team or under 18s who are able to do the job. So we'll just have to have Beck Sorensen play cover as our left back when Yilmaz is unavailable for whatever reason. There's Mackenzie Cass, who, again, would love to be able to bring back. That's right, Henrik, it's got nothing to do with you. Okay, big up the good trainers. Especially when they're named Jeremy Salmiento and are our best club. Yeah, I told you. Get a big win, immediately followed by a loss that should never happen in a million years. I do sometimes wonder whether a save has like a seed number when you first load it up to say this is going to be a nightmare save for you or this is going to be a blessed save for you. This one I'm playing here, it feels like a blessed save. I've had success at pretty much every club I've joined. When I started out in Sweden, we won the league within a season and a half. Got a job that at Oster's IF that took me through Division 1, Superettan into the Allsvenskan. We won first two leagues at the first time of asking, got into the top league and qualified for the Europa League in third place, first time of asking. Came to Dundee United, won the Scottish Cup, just like that. Went to Rangers, won the Scottish Cup, Europa League semi-finals, and got close to winning the league. And it's been a blessed save, but there are others where you just cannot get success no matter how hard you try. I do wonder if there's a bit of right, you're not going to enjoy this one kind of thing. Right, am I selling you? I mean, maybe. Don't think you've really ever got it. All right, let's see if we can negotiate a slightly better deal, though I'm not giving you away on the cheap. So, let's say 20k if you make 20 league appearances. Perfect. Surely after selling Grealish, Villa should have money to spend for years. And where the hell did Everton get money from? They've been broke forever. Right, it's time for the first league game of the season. So all of our players are now available because league, we don't have to register them. Yeah, but £4 million, you're the man who can buy a £100 million player with £30 million. There's nothing you can't do with 4 million. And elect. Okay, let's give Terry smaller games so we can rest Yilmaz. Give Sarmiento a game off as well. Yeah, see, selling players sometimes is just an opportunity to bring in someone better. At least that's what I keep telling myself whenever I'm being forced to sell off my best players. I feel like I'm a bit weak on attacking options. Right, let's see if we can start the league off the way we need to. Had to do a bit of catching up when we joined Rangers last season in January, and because of that we missed out on a league title, so we want a nice fast start. First 3 games are all immensely winnable. Yeah, Saka and Martinelli, I mean, they're not typical striker mould, are they? They're quick, you want them out wide. I reckon Saka, I reckon both of them could do a job as a striker, though. They're two-man pairing where one of them's a big lump of a man. They could be the mobile second striker, couldn't they? Target man and pressing forward. That's what I'd do. And that is that Colombo off the mark? It is. There he is. Get those goals flowing early, my man. Oh! We shouldn't be conceding goals to Kilmarnock. Kilmarnock, who I think have possibly the worst looking pitch in top flight football anywhere in the world. I'd love to see pictures of a worse pitch than that awful artificial thing that Kilmarnock have. It looks like a poorly fitted carpet. And that's 2-0. And Colombo is starting to rack them up already. Well, I know the quality of opponents we've come up against so far hasn't been spectacular, but I'm very pleased with how we're playing football at the moment. And your, what did you say it was? A 4-2-2-2. Do you not have wingers? I mean, it's a 4-2-4, really. Well, that's the second time Kilmarnock have managed to hit the post. That's concerning. They do have wingers. There you go, Saka and Martinelli. Don't need anything else. Those two could win you a league on their own. Let's do... Kowski, can you play as a deep line playmaker? You want to be a ball winning. You're just a little bit more to the point, aren't you? So let's put Ryan Yates in there, who can pass the ball a little bit. We'll get Sorensen off, and let's get Bo Stair again. You a ball win? No, you are not a ball playing defender at all. Oof. I suspect, though, if you were to try and train him up as a striker, he'd pick it up pretty quickly. He's versatile. We know he's versatile. He started his career as a left back. Or a left wing back, didn't he? Oh my goodness. Kilmarnock have hit the bar, or hit the woodwork for the third time in this game, and I don't think I could begrudge them this goal. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But we really need to do better at the back, boys. This is... oh, this is concerning. Oh, well, we're going to go defensive. Well, we're not going to go defensive. We're just going to time waste. But I don't like this. Help. I think I might get Mickelson off for Pietkowski. Clearly need just a little bit more experience at the back there. As soon as Bo Stair came on, it's fallen apart. I think it was probably having two youngsters alongside each other that's probably caused that, and we'll get Isaacson on for the last few minutes as well. Yeah, so he probably could play as a striker, but I think just leave him as a winger. If you've got better options on the wing, just sell him. If you've got someone better than Saka, just sell Saka. Because you've obviously got the new Messi. Oh, that is a horrible challenge. Saka is an incredible talent. I've not managed to use him on FM at all, but I've seen him be sold to Man City quite a lot, so that suggests that he must be pretty good in the game. But I mean, in real life, he's just incredible. I mean, being a long-suffering England fan, I'm always sceptical when we talk about the talent of English footballers because we always let ourselves down in the end. But I feel like Saka is one of those who is going to write his name into legend somewhere. I don't suppose you were brought up in Scotland? No. Right. Do we make a move for Andrew Robertson? It would be a one-season wonder. Absolutely bang on. One-season wonder. But he's still quite good. Can he do it as left wing back? Started 35 league games for Aston Villa last season. Turns 36 before the end of the season. Would provide decent cover in the Champions League. Right, well, we don't need to rush a decision. We are definitely going to save a little bit of our powder, keep a bit of our powder dry for deadline day. I'd still like to bring in probably a left back and it would have to be a Scottish grown left back because we desperately need someone who can play left back to cover in the Champions League. Yilmaz is our first choice, and Beck Sorensen can play left back, but he is our first choice centre back. And what is this nonsense? Okay, go on then, go and talk to Werder Bremen. Why Werder Bremen are going in for a young Scottish player who's probably never going to reach their level? One of those strange football manager things. Right, well, I think what we'll do is we will play this home leg against Anderlecht on Tuesday night, and then we're going to call it a night for the stream. We did say 1:30, and we're nearly there. And we'll leave this on a cliffhanger, hopefully. Actually, no, hopefully it won't be. Hopefully it'll be a nice 4-0 drubbing, and the away leg will just be a mere formality. And oh, it's the playoff draw. And just looking at a couple of those teams, we want to avoid them. Okay, we have avoided them. That's good. If we can get through Anderlecht, we can definitely get through any one of those three teams. Okay, FC Midtjylland. We need to get through this Anderlecht tie. If we can get through this, we're definitely able to get through the playoff match and get into the Champions League proper and get that sweet, sweet Champions League group stage money. Pick up a few wins there, and then maybe January, if not next summer, starts to look pretty nice. What offers are they making? Loan offers. You still objecting to him coming to me? Yeah. Okay, let him go and play at Coventry or Hull. I'm sure he'll get a better experience there. Kavanagh. Yep, go play. Important player, that means game time for you, and that's a good thing indeed. Right, are they going to have a wobbly again because I can't get them into the squad? Probably. Good man, not being interested in speaking to Watford. I don't blame you. Yeah, go and get some game time. Wonder if we can get him on loan. No, that feels unlucky. Hi Alex, welcome. Yeah, don't be a muppet, that's the only rule. And as you might expect, the sole arbiter of who's a muppet is me. But I'm pretty easy going with it. How's your night going so far? Right, okay. Yeah, Sorensen is better on the left. And let's do Piatkowski. We need a bit of experience for this one. Where are you from, Alex? Supermende and now after Satalo. Where is that money coming from? I like Diamande. I'm going to give him another game in there, I think. And yeah, Sarmiento, Kovacic. Kovacevic, I keep saying this. I know I know that Arsenal have money somewhere in the boardroom, but they never spend it. Macedonia, well, welcome to the stream. I'm very sorry to say we're probably not going to be around with you much longer. I'm playing this game and then calling it a night. We've been on for a few hours and we are doing okay. We've had a fairly successful summer. Transfer window's not gone too badly, and we're now just trying to make sure we secure a place in the Champions League group stage. This is the first leg of our third qualifying round tie, and our next one looks like it should be one that we can win. So if we can get through this, we're confident. So they've left the kid in charge, and now he's just spending all of Daddy's money. I mean, if you're the Arsenal manager, you've got to take advantage of it while you can. Oh, that was very nearly the start we needed. The Sun actually cares about Arsenal. You may well be right there, but it's a fine line between an owner who cares about their club and is willing to throw money at it, and an owner who is reckless and lets the club fall apart. I mean, you see it, particularly in the lower leagues, you see bad owners a lot. And I could never bring myself to believe they ever went into owning a football club with the intention of ruining the football club, but it happens far too often. And sometimes I do wonder if it is really that finer line between reckless and dedicated. Now, Jesus was a bargain as well. For what he brings to the team, I think you've underpaid for him. Zinchenko, probably the same. Of course, Zinchenko is very versatile as well. Well, we have taken the lead in this game, and that is it. I mean, the stats tell a story as well. We are all over Anderlecht here, and we are giving ourselves a very good chance of finding the Champions League proper. It's a shame because I did enjoy the semi-final of the Europa League, that run that we went on last season. But let's face it, a few wins in the Champions League group stage outweighs even getting to the semi-final in terms of money. And Colombo is surely a mile offside there. It was, yeah. It was 80 million in the end. I thought it was something like 50, maybe even 65, because I do remember thinking that feels like you're underpaying. Jesus I thought, was pretty much anointed to be the replacement for Sergio Aguero. Yeah, absolutely could have gone into the hundreds for sure. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, and Zinchenko for 32 mil. It's good business. And Kovacevic gets the second of the night, and I am very, very confident that I am going to be playing in the Champions League this season. We have looked a very good prospect. Oh, we don't need to go doing things like that. And that is my only left back in my Champions League squad sent off. Okay, well, that's silly. We are going to gonna have to jiggle things about a bit. I'm going to bring off Diamande only because I think Chaby is probably slightly better when it comes to the defensive side of things. So we need to get Sorensen on there, and that means bringing on Mikkelsen, I think, in defence. We'll stay positive for now, but we may well drag that back to defensive as the game wears on. In fact, we are definitely going to ask our keeper to slow the game down a bit. And Sarmiento's pace means he's probably going to pick up that ball, and he does. Payne with a bit of an aimless ball there. Not sure it was realistic that we were going to reach that one, but we do manage to recover possession. And then we give it away. And then we recover it. Oh, this is definitely a bit of a back and forth highlight. And Shaibi, I'm glad I left him on. I knew he would have a part to play in this game yet. So it doesn't matter if we've got 10 men or 11 men, we are still capable of getting forward and scoring against this Anderlecht team who, quite frankly, have looked out of it from the very beginning. Although we are giving them chances. That's poor defending, really. It was a bit of a lofted ball forwards, just sort of hoofed up in the air more than anything, and we've not dealt with it. And that was an interesting clearance as well. Okay, let's... I think we're going to stop tempting fate now. We're going to go very defensive. And we'll just try to hold on to the 3-0 lead that we have. That's a poor touch from Payne. But Anderlecht don't look like they have the quality to do much about it, thankfully. Okay, let's get some fresh legs on. Chibi has been great, but he's starting to tire. We'll give Shackleton a run out. Raskin can go. Yates, sorry, can come on alongside him. We'll give Lewis Payne a bit of a rest. And we'll hold on to our last sub. And I think we're going to see this one out nice and comfortably. Well, that is exactly what the doctor ordered. I said I wanted to leave this on a 4-0 win. A 3-0 win is almost as good. But this means we have one foot into the qualifying playoff round against FC Midtjylland. And I do think we should be able to win that one as well fairly comfortably. Well, we're going to call it a night there. We're going to go and see if we can raid someone. But before I do that, if you aren't yet following the stream, please do click that follow button. It'd be lovely to see you all back again next time. And I'm also starting to upload these streams into YouTube as well, if that's your preferred way of watching them. I haven't yet made a decision on whether I'm going to try and edit them down into smaller videos. But I do appreciate the time you spent with me here so far tonight. Let's find out who is around. And he is still on, so we're going to go and give him a raid. Yes, I'll try to remember that, Ashwin. Thank you very much. And thank you all for joining me tonight. See you in the next stream.